Hi. Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hi. 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 Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Happy Sunday. I had a really great time at the DePaul Zine Fest. I am still kind of tired from it though. But yeah, welcome in. Anyone that stopped by from Zine Fest, thank you so much. Everyone that stopped by my table and bought comics. I got to sell the first copies of issue 3, which was really freaking cool. I'm like very excited to like get it out there more, and, like get feedback from folks. Also just like saw a bunch of like really cool folks. Zine fests are always like full of like cool as hell people, and just like people that travel from all over, or people that like, you know, are in Chicago that like, you know, you wouldn't have heard about otherwise, or like, you know, they've got stuff at the local comic shops, but it's like it's not as, you know, as easy to find, or like, you know, you wouldn't have noticed it except for like they're, you know, they're sitting next to you. And like, yeah, it's just like a very good vibe. I always like come away from those things feeling like very inspired and like happy about like being there and being part of it. So yeah. Um I took the liberty of starting my sketch for page 3 while I was tabling. So we're a good portion of the way done. It's gonna be a, if it wasn't clear, this is going to be like several pages of some pretty heavy dialogue at the beginning of this chapter. So get ready for some fucking lore drop. But that also means that the images aren't going to be super complicated, which is, it's got positives and negatives. For the most part, it's much faster to draw. So there's that. But yeah, we're gonna get into some Graybles today. I'm feeling like some Belgian tales. I have 3 that I wanted to get into. We'll see what our like vibe level is, or just how we're feeling. But yeah, we're back with YouTube today. Welcome, YouTube. I think we actually might get more people live on YouTube. YouTube isn't clear about how many people are like currently live. I think it's still mostly VOD watchers, and we still get way more VOD watchers at Twitch. But today could be the day. Today could be the day that you come in to our channel and check us out and say, "Hey, what's going on? It's me. It's me, YouTube. it's me, Jan Janssen, YouTube. I come from Wisconsin, of course, and I happen to work in a lumber yard there. Jan Janssen will forever be associated heavily with a Dungeons and Dragons NPC I made that was like the most average man. And he sort of existed to the characters were like trying to do I think they were trying to do like a horse race, or there was a number of like competitions they were getting into in like a town, and I needed a character to just sort of be the like the average, like you're gonna have an easy time doing this. So like you horse race against this guy, all you gotta do is roll better than a 10 and you'll be good. And so he was sort of the measure of like whether you're doing good at a task or not. But as many NPCs do, the characters became quite obsessed with him. I will admit I also named him Jan Jansen in a moment of just feeling silly, in reference to the song. So that there was certainly encouragement on my part for becoming excited by the presence of this character. But yeah, let's fucking get into it, y'all. Let's pull up our fairy tales. Whermst.
Morning, gentlemen. Nice day for murder. Where's that 100 grand?
Think we're gonna pay off, huh?
I don't get that dough in 3 minutes. Raise money splashed all over the best hideout in town.
You don't expect to get away with this, do you?
Say your prayers, Muggs.
There we go. Why is it so up? Is that not the right page? No, it's gotta be the right page. Who fucked up my my page? Did I do this? Is this my fault? Did I bring this curse on myself? Yeah, jeez. Get out of here. They always like wait until I've like been on the page for like a while. Ooh, this one's got a picture. That's exciting. Okay. So, 3 tails. 3 Graybles. This one. Does it do anything weird if I do this? Oh, it's because the window is a different size. That's why. Because I had it in a different monitor last time. Okay, you're forgiven past me. So this tale is a Belgian tale. This is Why Cats Always Wash After Eating. This is by Jean de Bocheret. It does not have a it's not part of a collection, which is honestly the regions that don't have collections, I feel like are more likely to be interestingly varied. So that's possibly going to work in our benefit. But yeah, this is based on the title. I'm expecting this is going to be an origin story type deal. There's going to be a cat that gets really fucking sloppy with its eating. Do we have cat eat? I hope we do. Cat bag. Is it bussin'? Is that what? Bussin'. No. Do we have nom? Do we have crunch? That's so rude. I'm gonna have to get on that. For now, I think Cat Jam will do us just fine. Cat wash. Oh, wait, does YouTube have Cat Jam? This changes everything. No, it doesn't. It just displays that way in Mix It Up. That's very sad. So yeah, let's get into it. I've got my tea, my tortoise, my turtle of world domination. Got a rooibos, a red rooibos. Excellent. We're all set. We're so set. Settle in. A long time ago, a cat caught a sparrow and licked his lips in anticipation of the delight he would feel in devouring it. After playing with it for a time, as cats will, he was going to eat it when the sparrow spoke to him. "The emperor's cat," said the sparrow, "and all his family never begin a meal without washing themselves first. Everybody knows that such is the custom in polite society." "Really?" answered the cat. "Well, I will do as the emperor's cat does." And he let go the sparrow and began to wash his face. Feeling itself free, the sparrow flew away and alighted safely on the branch of a tree well out of reach. "It serves me right," muttered the cat, "for being so easily taken in." And ever since that time, cats have always washed themselves after their meals. Oh my god, that was... Chat, it serves me right for being so easily taken in. I saw that this was listed as a 5-minute read, not paying attention to the scroll wheel, the scroll bar, and how big it was. It's this story is just this big. I really thought this cat was gonna get sloppy. That's really unfortunate. Why? Okay. Several things I find amiss with this tale. Number one, the story said why cats wash after eating, but in the story, the sparrow told him to wash before. Oh, no, never mind. It's because, and now cats always wash after their meals because they don't want the sparrow to get away. That makes sense. If you hunt something and you catch it, you don't really have a chance to wash your hands before. Unless you take a bath and then go hunting. I think if I had to choose before, if I'm going to eat a meal and then take a bath, or take a bath and then eat a meal, I would choose the former. I think there's always a chance that I get really sloppy. And you want to be able to wash yourself off after you eat. You should wash your hands before you eat, though. Even if you're not a cat. Cats don't need to, but we do. Because we put our hands on stuff. So I'm glad I have more. Okay, this one, I'm looking at the scroll wheel, and it is longer. So that's fantastic. I'm gonna Here, let's pop this guy out. There's some good looking art in this one. I fucking love the art in this one. I'm gonna try and shit, there's not a way to put it up while doing that. Okay, well, we'll just look at it when the time comes. This one, I believe, will actually be 5 minutes. I wonder if 5 minutes is the minimum that they have on here, and that's why. This is the Sugar Candy House. Same author. So maybe this is from a book of Belgian folktales, and they just haven't credited the collection. John and Jeanette were brother and sister. They lived near a big wood, and every day they used to go to play there, fishing for sticklebacks in the streams. What is it? I assume that's a kind of fish. And making necklaces of red berries. One day they wandered farther from their home than usual, and all of a sudden they came to a brook crossed by a pretty red bridge. On the other side of the bridge, half hidden among the trees, they espied the roofs of a little pink cottage, which, when they came closer, they found to be built entirely of sugar candy, as opposed to the other kinds of candy, as opposed to salt candy. Or a rock candy. That's different. No, that's not different. That's just sugar. Here was a delightful find for a little boy and girl who loved sweet stuff. They lost no time in breaking off pieces of the roof and popping them into their mouths. I assume this is the Belgian version of Hansel and Gretel, which is why I can't imagine a sugar candy house in any other situation. But look at this art. What a good art. This fucking rules. I don't know what these staffs that they have, but that's some serious if you think fidget spinners are cool, look at what kids were doing in fairy tale times in Belgium. That's fucking sick. This kid looks like she's about to do a stunt with this staff with a wheel. It's also interesting. I obviously have to compare it to Hansel and Gretel, so I assume there's going to be a witch. I assume they will outwit her and put her in the oven, or possibly they will get eaten at the end, depending on the vibes of whether culture at the time that this was written wants to have them be punished. But they didn't follow a trail. They just went into the woods further and they found it. So this is kind of their neighbor. They just went further than usual, which they look really fucking fancy for people that live in the woods. They lived near a big wood. Yeah, it doesn't say how rich they are, but their outfits certainly look very posh. Jean and Jeanette. Illustration by Jean de Bocheret. Published in Folk Tales of Beasts and Men by Jean de Bocheret. 1918. Dodd Mead and Company. So that must be the collection that all of these are from. It seems like they haven't, unless the same. Sometimes they make multiple collections, but that's pretty sweet that he was the one that made this illustration. This art almost looks like ukiyo-e inspired, which Belgium would have been trading a lot with at that time. Japan. Belgium was all up in Japan's business in the early 1900s, so it would make a lot of sense if they were doing that. Now in that house there lived an old wolf. Oh, a wolf, not a witch, a wolf. That's exciting. I wonder if this will be like a mashup of Red Riding Hood. An old wolf whose name was Garon. That's a good name. I like the name Garon. He was paralyzed in one leg and could not run very fast, but in all other respects, he was fierce and strong as he had been in his youth. When he heard Jean and Jeanette breaking off bits of his roof, he growled out, "Who is touching my sugar candy house?" Why would you live in a candy house, wolf? Why would an old wolf live in a candy house? That's ridiculous. Then he came limping out to see who it was. The witch in Hansel and Gretel lives in the candy house so she can like trick them into eating it and then she can cook them. But I don't think the wolf needs to do that. I know he does have a messed up leg, so maybe that's how he eats now. Is he said I can't chase little creatures anymore, so I have to trick them. Honestly, he would probably do better to make it out of something that like herbivores eat. He's much more likely to have success catching rabbits that start munching at his walls if he like makes it out of like dandelion greens. I want some dandelion greens now. A house made of like some dandelion greens would trick me too. Not just sugar candy. Salt candy, I could probably get into too if I was ready for it. You don't want to bite into something thinking that it's gonna be sweet, but it's actually savory. That's never a good time. Then he came limping out to see who it was, but by that time the children were safely hidden in the woods. Oh, so they did a ding dong ditch, except they fucking ate his roof. "Who dares touch my sugar candy house?" roared the wolf again. Then Jan replied, "It's the wind so mild, it's the wind so mild, that lovable child." This satisfied the old wolf, and back he went into his house grumbling. It's I mean, a house made of candy is going to be very susceptible to erosion, so that's actually like a really good subterfuge. I called him Jan. It's John. The next day, John and Jeanette once again crossed over the Little Red Bridge and broke some more candy from the wolf's house. Oh, is this going to be a rule of 3? Out came Garon again, bristling all over. "Who is touching my sugar candy house?" he roared. And John and Jeanette replied, "It's the wind so mild, it's the wind so mild, that lovable child." I like that the translator also took the effort to rhyme this little couplet that they made. I assume it rhymed in the original Belgian. So that's... I guess they only had to rhyme mild and child, but still, that's I like it when people translate like songs or rhyme or like little, verses and make an effort to make them have like lyrical sense. "Very well," said the wolf, and he went back in again, but this time there was a gleam of suspicion in his eye. The wind eroding your roof one day is within like acceptable norms, but 2 days in a row, Suspicious. The next day was stormy, and hardly had John and Jeanette reached the sugar candy house than the wolf came out and surprised them in the very act of breaking a piece off his windowsill. "Oh ho," said he. "It was the wind so mild, was it? That lovable child, eh? Precious lovable children, I must say. Grrr, I'll eat them up." And he sprang at John and Jeanette, who took to their heels and ran off as fast as their legs could carry them. Garin pursued them at good speed, in spite of his stiff paw, and although he never gained upon them, yet he kept them in sight and refused to give up the chase. The children looked back once or twice and saw the wolf was still following them, but they were not very much afraid because they were confident of their ability to outrun him. All of a sudden, they found their way barred by a river. There was no bridge across it, and the water was very deep. What were they to do? Nearer and nearer came the wolf. In the middle of the river, some ducks were swimming, and John cried out to them, little ducks, carry us over the river on your backs. For if you do not, the wolf will get us." So the ducks came swimming up, and John and Jeanette climbed each on to the back of one. Those are some big ducks. And were carried safely over to the other bank. Presently, the wolf in his turn came to the river. He had seen how the children had managed to cross, and he roared out at the ducks in a terrible voice, "Come and carry me over, or I'll eat you all up." "Very well," answered the ducks, and they swam to the bank, and Garin balanced himself on 4 of them. He's got duck skates. One paw on the back of each. But they had no intention of carrying the wicked old wolf to the other side, for they did not love him or any of his tribe. But they loved the children, I guess. I've got bad news for you ducks. Humans eat ducks too. Moreover, they objected to his impolite way of asking for a favor. That feels right. So, at a given signal from the leader, all the ducks dived in midstream and left old Garin struggling in the water. 3 times he went down, and 3 times he came up. But the 4th time he sank, never to rise anymore. Ooh, they averted a second rule of 3. That was the end of old Garin, and a good job too, say I. I say that. Good job, ducks. They're the real heroes of the story. The ducks better get some candy out of this. I don't know what became of his sugar candy house. Ah, damn. But I dare say if you could find the wood, and the sun had not melted the candy, or the rain washed it away, you might break a bit of it off for yourselves. That's good. I like that. There's a lot of stories that end with and that's the last thing we saw them doing, so they're still probably doing it. This feels like a good, and it's still there today, unless it's not. For various reasons. But I like that. That feels like I don't know, it feels like it works really well in the fiction of this story of if the house is still good, you can snack on it yourself. I dare say that if the house is still there, that another wolf may have moved in, so you be careful out there if there's a candy house in the woods that hasn't been burnt or melted and washed away. Wolves like to live in those, apparently. I like that one much better than our story about cats. Our single paragraph story about cat. That feels like I'm like a 4th grade language arts student, and I've been tasked with write a fairy tale over the summer as your homework, and then it's the day before school starts up again, and I'm like, shit, I didn't I didn't do my homework. I need to write a fairy tale. Cats, yeah, okay, yeah, that's it. Just like 5 sentences. But yeah, cheers. Drink for rule of 3. That was a much better one. I like how there were some things that were similar to other fairy tales, but it was like a nice twist on that. Like I've never seen a wolf character that was like disabled from the start. I did I am noticing that like so this wolf was just trying to live in his candy house, and these children stole his roof. They just started eating his house, and then he was defeated by the fact that like he couldn't swim, which is presumably due to the fact that he is a disabled wolf, which kind of sucks. He did chase after them though, rather than like trying to do something about, because I feel like they probably wouldn't have come back once they were caught, because the rule of 3 had already been done. So he also did, like, not only did he chase them, but he also threatened the ducks. So there's that. The character of the wolf kicked the dog, and by kicked the dog, I mean intimidated the ducks. But yeah, I feel like that like I do like a villain that's like a little bit sympathetic in some ways. Like there is some parts where you're like, oh yeah, I don't know. He was just trying to live in his candy house. I don't agree with all of his decisions, like chasing the children and threatening the ducks, but I too would love to live in a candy house in the woods, and if people started eating it, I would not be very happy. So yeah, we love a sympathetic villain. This one had good, and it had a very good art. This is like a top tier fairy tale. I'm very pleased with Belgium so far. Let's move on. This title also seemed quite promising to me. This is The Fairy Queen and the Carrier Doves. If any of you are aficionados of the What the Folklore podcast, they talk a lot about the enmity between fairies and birds in fairy tale fiction, in the fairy tale cinematic universe. And so I'm intrigued, as one such aficionado myself, to see what the interaction between fairies and birds is like in this story. If they somehow end up friends, I will be surprised. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. So this is a new author. This is William Elliot Griffiths. We have heard one of William Elliot Griffiths' stories before, but they weren't Belgian, I don't believe. So yeah, I'm not sure. It's interesting. I wonder if he moved. I didn't consider the fact that when fairy tales are sorted by region, it's done by Um, it's done by like where it was published, not by where the author is from. I had not considered that, but yeah. So this is the Fairy Queen and the Carrier Doves. There was trouble in the ice palace of Freya, the Fairy Queen. In spite of her 1,000 fairy servant maids and all her untold riches, she was unhappy. Why was this? It was just when the pigeons came into this fairyland of the north that Queen Freya's troubles came. She was trying to please everyone. She wanted each big girl and every boy who thought he was a man to get the right Valentine, which he or she expected. But this could not be, because Queen Freya was not able to get them sent out fast enough. I do like the supposition that like, well, this is also an interesting. So Freya is, I believe, the Norse goddess of love, and love is one of her many. It's part of her portfolio. So casting her here as a fairy queen seems like Catholic Church meddling. When they say your religion is actually superstition and folklore. But I do like the idea that like the method that she uses is not godlike power, nor is it fairy magic. It is the use of pigeons, which is kind of charming. The chief reason was because the reindeer that had drawn the sleigh of Santa Claus all through the country and over the chimneys refused to be harnessed. They announced that they were too tired to serve because Santa Claus, oh, that must be the Belgian Santa Claus, had driven them so hard and overworked them, and now they wanted a long holiday. Some of the stags excused themselves politely, but the real reason was that they were lazy. Others declared they had caught colds from waiting too long during the freezing night on the house roofs. Several of them had got nearly choked from the smoke that came up from the fireplaces. Not a few of the big-horned fellows announced that they had enough to do in attending to carrying around the toys and goodies to fill the children's stockings. Besides, they didn't believe in sending valentines anyhow. In fact, they were a cross lot of lazy beasts. Oh, that's a good description. I'm also liking this, like, Freya is in charge of explicitly Valentine's Day, which is really interesting. This is like a funny sort of like holiday needle to thread, and we're sort of getting into like Nightmare Before Christmas level like crossover territory. So the fairy queen Freya was at her wit's end to know what to do. She had a warehouse full of valentines, all ready and properly directed to waiting youth and maids. Is youth gender specific, or at least historically, or oh, maybe it's in Belgian it is. There's like a term. Let's use that same way. Yeah. How should she get them delivered? Who should be her postman? It was about the 1st of February when she was in such trouble, and Valentine Day would soon be, that seems like a typo, would soon be coming around. However, when she heard that a pair of doves were on their way to visit her, she put aside her cares to meet them, and made their visit a very merry and happy one. When the 2 snow-white birds arrived at Freya's court, they were welcomed by a company of fairies that entertained them pleasantly. They sang songs and, in their dances, imitated the northern lights. These are just like what children who go to school call the Aurora Borealis, and the doves were delighted. It's an interesting stipulation about like educated people call this the aurora borealis, but Queen Freya asked her white-winged friends, the doves, if they would stay at her court and live with her always. And would they be willing to be harnessed to her shining chariot and draw it for her, while she rode around the country to deliver the valentines to fair maidens and fine young men? For Freya had heard these doves were carrier pigeons. I feel like when I think, I mean, a pigeon is a type of dove, but when I think of a carrier pigeon, I think of a city pigeon that looks kind of motley and grizzled, and possibly is missing toes. But yeah, maybe she's never seen carrier pigeons before, so maybe she doesn't know. I'm also impressed with how nice these fairies definitely have no quarrel with birds in general. So she heard the doves were carrier pigeons also and could fly with messages hundreds of miles. Besides this, she was jealous of Santa Claus and wanted to have a much handsomer vehicle to ride on than even a sleigh drawn by reindeers. They could gallop, but birds could fly and go faster. But they also can't. It remains to be seen if they can actually. Although if she is, what kind of fairy is she? Is she like a pixie or is she like a fae? Is she size medium or size tiny? Because if she's size tiny, absolutely she can ride in a little tiny chariot that's pulled by doves. But if she is medium sized, I don't think, unless they're like super magic doves. Moreover, the doves were beautiful to look at and more gentle in behavior as they ought to be for a lady driver. Sure. What? Yes, the genders of what sort of beasts draw your carriage. They never got into bad temper like the reindeer, that were sometimes very surly. She really is upset at these reindeer for not wanting to pull her. I feel like it would be there's got to be some sort of conflict of interest. If the reindeer are sentient, they've got to have some sort of contract. So I feel like that's the chief issue. Whether or not they're lazy. But also, like, that's the job that they work, so I feel like she, if they were available to work, she could probably have, like, although she's shown no sign of actually having magic, so we'll see. Now the doves had been warned by their wise old great-great-grandmother, the old dove granny, that the fairy queen Freya would ask them these very questions, and she advised them to say yes and stay in fairyland. Oh, okay. She was like, okay, maybe that's why maybe she sent them there, because she was like, I can hook this fairy queen up. This is starting to seem like an older bird that knows what she's doing is doing some meddling. Moreover, the two white birds themselves were lovers. That's cute. And they thought they should like the task of helping young people who were in love. I don't know how I feel about going into business with your partner, but birds is different than humans. Now oh wait, no, I read that already. So putting their bills together, are they bills or beaks for doves? I think they're beaks. I believe bills are waterfowl, to show that they were one in mind. Oh, they can't talk? But but their grandmother can talk, or at least talk to them. And maybe it was dove language. The doves began to coo, which meant the answer yes to Queen Freya's question. Then on their pink toes they strutted up and down and around, as if in compliment to Her Majesty, and to show their happiness. The fairy Queen Freya had a dainty little chariot of silver made by the elves who lived down in the earth. Huh. Oh, is that like how, oh, you know what? If this is like being translated from like a Norse, it's like the dark elves, which is dwarves. Where they always have plenty of precious ore, with their furnace fires and tongs and hammers ready at hand. Always after that, with her 2 doves harnessed to the silver car, well loaded with valentines and with pink straps for harness and blue ribbons for bridles, the fairy Queen Freya was drawn wherever she wanted to go. Many a valentine was dropped under the door sill for happy maidens and for brave boys. I like all the different like qualifiers they have for like older children who are deserving of valentines are really funny because they change it every time they say it. For happy maidens and for brave boys that were worthy of a good girl, and for every fine fellow that deserved a sweet bride. Okay, are we taking notes? Again, the gender requirements for receiving a valentine are happy maidens and brave boys that were worthy of a good girl, and fine fellows that deserved a sweet bride. So 3 genders. Very good. We like to see more than 2. Still got a ways to go, Belgium and fairy tale times, but certainly progress. Fine. I like fine fellow as a qualifier because that could technically be any gender. Sometimes you're just a fine fellow who deserve a sweetie. You deserve a sweet bride, so you're sapphic in some way. But when she came to the houses where bad boys lived, or who had rude manners, or who were known to be too rough, or there were girls who had bad tempers or told fibs, oh geez, not the double standard. They're like, yeah, the boys don't deserve a lover if they're literally violent, but the girls have to watch out because if they lie, it's fucking over. Freya had her fun. She handed them ugly pictures that made them howl with rage. Of people that they're supposed to be in love with, or is she just like giving them memes, like badly drawn memes? Hundreds of years passed by, for in fairyland there are no clocks. That's normal fae stuff. So that's the only magic that we've seen so far. I guess she's also zooming around on birds. So the pair of pigeons did their work faithfully, for they loved it. By her spell, Queen Freya kept these carrier pigeons ever young and strong, for she had a secret power by which they became like herself and never grew old. But by and by it came to pass that Queen Freya took off the spell and let the 2 white doves became carrier pigeons and unharnessed again. Then, like other birds, they cooed and billed and laid eggs and reared their young, and yet were good carriers, stronger and better than ever. It came to pass in the kindness of her heart that Freya sent these birds as a gift into Belgium. Why and how did it happen? Well, it was this is the second time now that it's like halfway through the story that there's been some sort of like question and response. Well, it was long ago, and nothing alive now, unless he were an old whale or an elephant or a Florida alligator or an oak tree that has no voice, but can only with its leaves breathe softly when the wind blows, could tell the whole story. What a qualifier. Yet as the fairies whispered it to the storyteller, this is the way it came about. So that's in the fiction of this story. I'm the one getting the fairies are telling me this directly. All right. So all these questions are me being like clarifying, like, hey, off screen, hey, what? Yeah, what's going on? Why'd that happen? You didn't tell me about that. The fairy queen heard that the Vikings, or Norsemen, who lived on the sea coast of Norway. Yeah, this is... Oh, interesting. So this is like a story explicitly about cultural exchange. Because it is explicitly about Belgium. But they wouldn't have Freya if not for them. Which is wild. Who lived on the coast of Norway, had been very cruel to the Belgians. These big fellows rowed out in their dragon boats over the stormy waves of the Atlantic Ocean to the south. Then, landing on Belgian shores, where now stand the cities of Ostend, Zeebrugge, Ghent, Bruges, or is it Bruges? And even in the inland places where Brussels and Mons are, they behaved very roughly, even killing the people and burning their houses. They made slaves of the men, and carried away the beautiful maidens to the cold north country. Many little babies and children starved to death because they had no fathers or mothers anymore. A Belgian girl named Yvonne told her story to one of the ravens that, during the day, fly all over the world and come back at night to sit on the shoulders of Woden, or Odin, for those of you that... So this is... She told this to one of Odin's spying ravens. But the king was then off on a hunting party, and the raven could not wait till he came back. And so told his wife, the fairy queen Freya. Okay, yeah, so this is that Freya. They've just also made her, or maybe she was a fairy queen, but I feel like they're underplaying her role, probably because of Christianity. That's one of my I think we'll make that a drinking rule, is meddling Christianity. Not that drinking rules with tea is different. She at once called the Belgian maid to court to have her tell all about what the cruel Norsemen had done in her beautiful country. When the captive maid from the Southland came and saw the silver chariot drawn by snow-white doves, she made up her mind what to ask for. In behalf of her country and people, if the queen showed herself sorry for what the Vikings had done in her native land, Yvonne would solicit a favor from her. Queen Freya was very patient in listening to the story of the Norsemen's cruelty. After Yvonne had told it all, Freya said, "I have long heard what your people have suffered at the hands of the cruel Norsemen, and now I intend to give you something that will repay, in part, your country's losses. I am sure that fairies would not behave so badly, but then we fairy folk can never tell what human beings, and especially rough men, will do. Speak now the word, and you shall have not only your own freedom, but anything I possess." Yvonne clapped her hands in delight and cried out, "The carrier doves in the silver chariot with a precious cargo of valentines. Why would you want that?" Is this a Tim Allen Santa Claus situation, and that's how you become the new Valentine deliverer? At this, all the fairies that stood around looked at each other in surprise. Some were mad as fire. "The greedy girl," said one. "She asks too much. Her eyes are bigger than her waist. I expect she will cook and eat them," said another snappishly. "Oh, if she had only asked for something else. What shall we do to get our valentines around to the right people?" asked a slim fairy that looked old. How do they get old if there's no clocks in fairyland? Do you get old when you feel like you get old? Actually, that would make sense. One of the fairies seemed much frightened as she said, "Surely the men will be very mad and hurl ice chunks at us." And another almost scowled as she answered, "And the girls will make faces and throw snowballs at us." These two spoke almost. Do they, or maybe they make the valentines? What part do they have in it? That hasn't been explained. Because as far as we know, Freya conjures the valentines and delivers them, or maybe she takes them from people that write them. Making a Santa Claus thing for Valentine delivery really doesn't work that well, because like you're supposed to deliver it yourself. 'Cause it's not like you live far away from someone and like you get a Valentine from them. These two spoke almost together, for both were very timid. Other fairies, big and little, were getting ready to speak out their anger, for fairies never liked the idea of human creatures ever being smarter than they are, or in a way outwitting them. The fairy queen waved her hand and cried out, "Silence all. I shall get another pair of doves for my chariot, but these two and the Belgian maid shall be sent at once to her home. Obey me all." Now let us look at Belgic land. Interesting. For the first time in all the history of the country, the sentinel upon the castle's walls at Ostend, that's probably just the name for the East End, because Ost is like Germanic for East, saw coming a ship on whose flag was the figure not of a black raven, but of a white dove. And lo, when the ship drew near, they saw no shields of fighters hung on the side, nor the glint of any swords or spears, and no armor or anything that told of war. Instead of these, a lovely girl stood on the prow of the ship. She held up a cage in which were two snow white doves. Just then, the wife of the watcher on the castle walls cried out, "Why, it is either our Yvonne or an angel. No, it is our daughter." At this moment, the maiden Yvonne drew aside the little door of the cage, and out flew the two birds, joyfully rising up in the air and whirling about for a few minutes. The pair finally settled on the bridge pole of Yvonne's house. Her father had rebuilt his home while she was away in the Northland. The maid and the doves were now happy indeed. Yvonne soon had a lover who married her, and they had a new house and a garden with a dovecote in the middle. If you're gonna get like really fancy doves, you need to have like a dove house in the middle of everything. When the cradle rocked with a sweet little baby daughter in it that looked almost like its father, that looked most like its father, the dovecote had also a nest with 4 blue eggs, and this happened nearly every springtime. In a few years, the pigeons multiplied and found homes all over the country, from the birch and pine trees of Ardennes hills to the willow and lime trees along the canals of the lowlands in Flanders. Within a few years, the Belgian folks discovered the merits and powers of these sociable birds that were so ready to be good servants of men. Many boys and girls had their fathers put dovecotes in the gardens, and the families of the carrier pigeons were reared. It became the custom for Belgian folks in different cities to send messages of love and friendship to each other, or to tie tiny valentines to the pigeon's legs. So in peace and war, the carrier pigeon became one of the most famous features in Belgian life, and the best beloved of all living things in the land. Oh, all right. So this was in fact another origin story of how Belgium got carrier pigeons. I was expecting there to be more. It seems like they were just like, we're done with the story about Freya. She just got new pigeons. Don't sweat it. She like perhaps she knew what good would come of gifting the doves to this random girl. I kind of expected the doves to like use their carrier pigeon power to like, what if she had like sent somehow the pigeons were like separate, but because they loved each other, they like found their way back to each other, something like that. I don't know how that would take. I think that would be a much longer story, but that's all right, not bad. Again, meddling Christianity, being like, yeah, fairy queen, don't really downplay. It's also interesting that they like that they put like woe down. Although I feel like in the 1800s or early 1900s, the English speaking public wasn't as aware of like who Odin was, so they probably didn't have to like reconcile like that together, so no worries. But yeah, that was pretty decent. I think my favorite is still the sugar candy house. I like a story about Norse stuff, but there's not a whole lot going on in that one other than just like descriptions of what the doves did. But I do you know what, I do really like the like divine source of doves, which like, you know, if having a dove coat in the house or just like having carrier pigeons getting used like all over, and having a sort of like, this is because a goddess gifted them, that's pretty chill. I quite like that, even if Christianity has meddled in it a little too much. I'm gonna set up my sketching stuff. Let me and we'll get into we'll switch our category for art. We're gonna be sketching the page that we're working on. I'm liking the tunes. Our royalty free electro swing list is still going strong, which we love to see. But yeah, quick break, use the restroom, get a little snack, a little nighttime snack, re-up your drinks if you have to. I'm still doing good on my tea, but go re-up your snacks, go look at something far away. Go piss girl. Obligatory. Yeah, I'll see you in, I'll be back in 5-10. Welcome back. Hello, everyone. Hope you had a good break. Cheers. Wow, perfect timing. Started an hour and 30. Love to see it. Alright, we are gonna pull up our phone camera. One of these days, we'll get it right. All right. We have our sketch here. So, in the previous page, let me see if I can pull it up. Beautiful. I had that on lock. Rootkeeper Cranthwaite, the big guy with the funny eye, which we now know is a magical implant. And Inspector Jalen, who's another member of the Rooks, who we just met in this chapter, but has been referred to in the previous chapter. Jalen is the one that Nat suggested she send her like report to, so we can assume from that Jalen handles like, you know, communications and things like that. They've just arrived at the council room. We don't see that specifically, but we have like the little sign here that we can probably assume means council room. They also mention like they can use the separate, the security person mentions you can use the separate entrance for council personnel. So there's, you know, there's hints about what's going on here. But then we're gonna get right into the conversation. They say, excellent, we're all present. This is, of course, the you know, the organizer that's speaking first. So they sit down and immediately start talking. The member of the Witches Council in the first page says, portals are opening in overlap zones at an alarming rate. We would like to know what Lobsec is doing. I was considering adding some extra stuff about that. We'll see if we can fit it with the text. I want them to specifically be worried about like people are coming through portals into the city. What is the security team doing about it? The representative from Lobsec, who we've seen in the second panel of the previous page, says Lobsec is well prepared for any number of shems in the city. I might say extra shems in the city, actually. And I think that'll fit well in this panel, much better than talking about extra people in the first panel. What are the Rooks doing? Oh, sorry. Any number of extra shems in the city. However, the overlap zones are a magical issue. What are the Rooks doing? So Thwaite talks for the first time, and he's, you know, these two are sitting forward, and, you know, but Thwaite is sort of leaning back. I might actually even put some sort of Um, speed lines or something as he leans back. It says overlap zones are a natural occurrence. Never knew why they were closed in the first place. And then we'll have the door, like, the door is now shut behind him. So they now have some privacy. I'm hearing a siren coming close. I'm gonna... Alright, the danger is past. I should have used that time to look up my script page. We're on page 3. Rail is, I need to write down. So the person in page 1 is Rail from the Council of Witches. That might need to be 3 lines. And then this was Rep Vera Eniton. There we go. Rail and Vera will have some like window stuff behind them. Rail is a little off to the side there. So this is actually going to be pretty far over. A lot of that stuff on top is going to get covered by the speech bubble, but I want little bits of it coming through. You can see that. This is gonna be one of these windows. And this is like part of a dome over here. And this goes down off into this direction. Off in the distance, there's this stack of towers. They're slightly offset from where they were in the first panel. Alright, so because those two have some cool windows behind them, the weight does not. The weight just has this like blank wall thing. Never knew why they were closed in the first place. Hardgraven, the Academy President, leans in And Tatawazwe, who is next to him, leans back. Or, no, I need to make these. I'm giving myself a chance to. I haven't laid out where these two are sitting yet. If one of them speaks first, they should be on the left if I have a chance to. He says, maybe you don't. But your predecessor certainly did. Pre the that's a tricky one. I always think there's an I in there. Maybe you don't, but your predecessor certainly did. Rootkeeper Grosbeck. Sorry, Rootkeeper Grosbeak. I always think it's like there's the name Grosbeck is, I assume, based on the bird Grosbeak. But Grosbeak was the previous Rootkeeper. When half mad trying to chase down those travelers after the Dreamer disaster. Dreamer should be capitalized. Dreamer in this universe is kind of a slur for Ethereal, which is why says a theory pleads President Hargraven, and those travelers were children, which this will probably be apparent at some point, but if you've been paying super close attention, you'll recognize that she's talking about our main characters. Particularly Kayla and Arlen were the two that had to run. Ripley didn't get like chased for it because she's a member of the Crown family, but the other two had to run. That's why they were gone for 10 years. I need a design for President Hargraven. The leader of the Academy. I want him to have like salt and pepper hair. Ooh, what's the guy from... What was... Oh, Pokemon Sword and Shield. What's the like villain's name? Rose. Yeah. Oh, he's got like a very specific, like trimmed. Yeah, I want him to have like this like perfectly manicured beard. Let's make his face slim too. I want him to have like little... Ooh, wait, how chill would little hexagon glasses be? I want to have some sort of like, not quite a pompadour, but like getting there. I think that's gonna be in style for a lot of our like older folks.
My man treats me right, always deliberate, the strong and silent type. I'm too loud, give me a stage, but when I go home I love his big brain. We fix so right, surprise, I found love at first sight. I like fancy parties, but he likes when we relax. We belong together because opposites attract. He loves to solve big problems and I love to sing and dance. We belong together because opposites attract.
I need to do something to make sure this character doesn't end up looking like Arlen. That's a very Arlen expression right now. You know, cool hairstyle for this is Tatawajle.
I tried to play it safe. Dates with men like me exploded with no flame.
She can have like
I want what I don't have. I like mystery between me and my man. We fix so right, surprise. I found love at first sight. I like fancy parties, but he likes when we relax. We belong together because opposites attract. He loves to solve big problems and I love to sing and dance. We belong together
It's gonna be hard to show her name too. And I think the edge of the window can be here. We will actually see a little bit of this. Is I think the hardest thing with this page will be squeezing in all of the dialogue, because I want to have a lot of it on this one page. It's really hard not to do a character like this and to have like a white man with a beard and have it not be just me. If I make an effort to change the eyes and eyebrows, yeah, if I give him like curved eyebrows, I think part of the issue is I always end up drawing my eyebrows, which are like shaped in a way that I like, but that means that when I think of shaping eyebrows, that's what I end up doing.
Remember when we sang and never questioned why? Twirling melodies with hearts and minds entwined. In heaven hands are popping, Frankie's dancing on the sun.
Awesome. Okay.
Night has just begun to fade away. Memories cascade into a lonesome masquerade. So let the music play.
So we've got 4 dialogue heavy panels. So this is a reading a reading page. I wonder if I should make a separate episode, because the first 2 kind of fit well together. Establish the like council building lobby, this whole like thing with the scanner, and then Dwight and Jillian walk to the council chamber. I should have called it council chamber, not council room. Whatever. And then they just get into it. I feel like two pages seems too short for chapter. All right, I'm gonna have to turn off this device as a camera, because I need it to be my scanner. We will set it as our I know whenever I take scans in this room that it always ends up being very it's like very yellow from the light that we have up here. It shouldn't be too bad. LS sketch C4 E03. I love that. It's so fucking funny that one of the like options for my like camera scanner app is an AI remove handwriting feature, which is like the opposite of I'm like, no, I put that there intentionally. Which like I recognize that there are reasonable uses for that, but I'm going to take every chance to clown on AI tools when I can. We've actually had chats about it with folks that came in here before, where like there are certainly legitimate uses for algorithms, and because like what we call when we say AI, we usually are talking about generative AI and like very specific types of algorithms. But like as an IT person, I very much recognize the importance of automation and the fact that like there's a bunch of shit that's really annoying to do that we can make our lives very easy if we automate it. But most of the things that end up getting used with generative AI are not that. But plenty of folks that understand that these days, thankfully. Ooh, and I've got I just reminded myself, I have my like records of sale and stuff from the convention that I need to finish putting together. Oh no. Ooh, although I need to open up my template file. Workbench Chapter 4. Oh, and I need to approve my phone as file transfer device instead of a webcam. It'd be both at the same time. What is this? Middle Ages? LS Sketch 04, page 3. I didn't switch out of just chatting. I'm just realizing that right now. Art. Everything's perfect now. Okay. Panel 2. Panel 3. Ugh. Panel 4. Excellent. Save as Spinney. Nope. Workbench. Chapter 4. HD. Okay. Sorry. Oh man, I'm getting pretty good at drawing this like line in the middle. Because this guide here is the actual like middle of the page. Actually, no, that's not quite. It is kind of off now that I look at it. I'm not sure if I actually want it to be on. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, let me do... Let me do that.
She was fighting ugly, aged and guilty. No one seems to see. She was shameless, filthy, no crazy, lazy. She vended out, kept all the money. She was fighting ugly, aged and guilty. No one seems to see. She was shameless, filthy, no crazy, lazy. She vended out, kept all the money. Miss Annie. Miss Annie. Said she tried. Miss Anita Ball, she's the secret. Mr. Lucky's in love, he's the down bed. Miss Anita Ball, she's the secret. Mr. Lucky's in love, he's the down bed. And it's for lover. Miss Annie, try to shut this down. But here's a little reminder to everyone that she's the one, she's the one, she's the one with the crown. You hold that hold that In the crazy spoon, someone tell the rules what offense should be made. Mr. Lucky on the king to what he say, are you here? Bang, bang. But it's because he are around and what he said to Will found Dylan what bang out. But I get no one told. No one told. You hold that
Here's something I haven't tried before. Let's try drawing all the borders first. That might be too close together. It's thick enough. Is that big of an issue? At least it looks even. Alright, let's figure out how all the text is gonna look.
They warned me of its woes. I sucked it up, my honeysuckle rose. Pure and so insatiable. Those sweet sensations got me in trouble. There's no turning back. I can't resist a drink of moonshine to make me lose my mind.
Oh, no. I want Larch Spinney Chapter 4. Portals are opening. Opening is shorter.
Not that I listen, not that I listen, not that I listen, not that I listen, but thank you, my friend.
Okay. It's gonna be very easy to fit, I think. I might try to squish it a bit. Because I do want it to still be able to fit. The actual speech bubble. Obsec is well prepared for any number.
up slow day. Everybody got to make their way, plodding along to the old boss man song. Now wouldn't it be nice if each day was filled with a little more spice? Everybody woke up and together we did the Charleston Boogie.
Overlap zones are a natural OCCU RR BNCB.
Now wouldn't you agree that life would be so easy if y'all let your head down and together we did the Charleston Boogie?
I'm thinking it needs to say always have been. We never knew where they never knew why they were closed in the first place.
Well, we all know what they say, all work and no play is gonna make me a very dull girl. If only there was a way to bring happiness back to every day, we all get together and bring back the Charleston Boogie.
What are you doing? But your predecessor. Wait, how do I spell a theory? Might be too late to do it right. It's not like I haven't changed things halfway through. I only say it in chapter 2. Aetheri. Distant Hargraven? Yeah. Beautiful. This is the number one benefit, not the number one benefit. Legibility is the number one benefit of reworking the way we do text. But this is certainly a nice perk of that. We can enjoy being able to fit much more text than would otherwise. Oh wait, no, this is... Wait a second. Page 1, 2. Wormst. Fuck. Bombsack. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Beautiful.
They came early to get ready. One last time for the show. They were all stressed out. They hit the stage, all eyes on the script page. Crowd came in the zone. Today to run back home. There's all
Beautiful.
on us. We need to get through status. Now I had to do my best. But I got on my pace. Almost behind, went so fast I'd like test. And now empty is the guns at home. Now I can go back home.
You need to bring it to me, some sweet money.
All right.
They came early to get ready. One last time for the show. They were all stressed out. They hit the stage, all eyes on the script page. Crowd came in the zone. Today to run back home. Now I can't go back home.
I wonder if it's that pointy.
Cause it's so good. Cause
Okay, yeah, that's better.
I wanna be a slave, I wanna be a master. I wanna make your heart beat round like roller coaster. I wanna be a good boy, I wanna be a gangster. 'Cause you could be the beauty and I could be the monster. I wanna be a slave, I wanna be a master. I wanna make your heart beat round like roller coaster. I wanna be a good boy, I wanna be a gangster. 'Cause you could be the beauty and I could be the monster. Be the monster. I wanna be a slave, I wanna be a master. I wanna make your heart beat round like roller coaster. I wanna be a good boy, I wanna be a gangster. 'Cause you can be the beauty and I could be the monster. I wanna be a slave, I wanna be a master. I wanna make your heart beat round like roller coaster. I wanna be a good boy, I wanna be a gangster. 'Cause you can be the beauty and I could be the monster.
Oh, I like. I have a better idea for this hand pose.
Here, in a greatly simplified form, we have the four elements needed in every timepiece. A source of energy or power, a means of transmitting power, a dial to record the flow of power, and a way to control the power. elements needed in every timepiece.
Oh, of course that fucking hits the tangents. Gah. There. Fixed. What's a good starting point for this? There.
Twist me, turn me, drive me down. Won't
Alright, so we want this bit. We have the top building just poking over the. It actually, I don't think it'll make it over. That. So we've got sort of like a single corner. So that should actually be the. No. Here, we'll make this the. It should be going at a different angle too. The window one should be going like that.
city at his feet. Gold diggers around, looking for his money, whatever, dollars or pounds. He said, put it on me, he could ask for everything, but he was on a string, his bullets weren't thin. You can wonder, he was the poorest king. He was the poorest king. But in reality, he had no one to go, just a whole cold ID. It was a great, great fall. Living for his sins, just looking for some hearties. Once he looked at his life, he cried and grabbing a knife. He planned to go upstairs, he was calm and ready. He sat on the prettiest chair, you can wonder. He's about to do it. He's about to do it. And with a steady hand, he put the knife to his throat. He calls his own name. It was a great, great.
I need to remember that this isn't actually a border. It's the like window line. Oh, right. No, that's not. Drawing the... I want to make them look separate, but now that I'm like drawing them next to each other, but at different angles, it's like really throwing off my sense of what's going in what direction. They should get reps in front of their name too. I believe that building is white, yeah. So that probably has a light gray window. Oh wait. Shit. What color is the table? Oh yeah, it's light gray too. And then the windows here are white. Alright. I need to type it, or I already typed it. I need to write the text before it goes missing.
And prepare for a good time.
Oh no. What is that? Oh, did you just get flashbanged? Hello? Alright, my bit rate's really low. And thankfully you're not getting flashbang. My screen is just a white box.
have dialed is not available at present. Please leave your message after the beep.
Do you want to dance? Do you want to dance? Okay. Do you want to dance? 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 Okay. Do you want to dance? Do you want to dance? Do you want to dance? Do you want to do you want to dance?
Let me feel like my... Okay, I can see on my viewing thing that I'm still broadcasting. Let me move my... Okay, that's working. All right. I just can't see anything that's going on in OBS. That's totally fine. Oops. believe I did this. Oh, yeah. It's just vertical, the shade on this. And these are going sideways.
She feel me? All time me, vibe it till we grimy. Shit, kick his knickers in a knot, untie me. Slide it in the tiny, slimy little pockets. I'm a rocket ship. Yeah, I'm a rocket. That ain't blasted off yet. But I'ma drop down and whoop it on your booty. To the mall, now she feel me. All time me, if I be too grimy. Chick, slide it in the tiny, slimy little pockets. I'm a rocket ship. That ain't blasted off yet.
take some air, clear my head, try not to care. If go, go, go is all there is, I'm bound to lose some of my fears. Finding balance is a challenge. Time for grounding, pressure's mounting. I need to slow, but I can't stop. I need to slow, but I can't stop. I need to slow,
All right. That is. I think that's a good place to call it. That is panel 1 done. That's 1 out of 4. We're already ahead of schedule for this week. We're keeping it up. I think we can at least do on Wednesday we'll definitely be able to do 1 panel, maybe even more, and then Thursday, Friday. I'm planning for Wednesday to be the next one. There might be some stuff coming up in the middle of the week, so I will keep an eye out for a post. I'll try and post when I'm going live. Switch over to this. But yeah, I think my OBS getting kind of silly. I don't think it interfered with our quality too much. There might have been a little bit of a break in the action at one point, but other than that, it seems like we're good. I think that's just how it ends up sometimes. I didn't get any marks for copyrighted music last time, so I think this playlist is good. We're gonna have to wait and see. For this time we played it quite a bit longer than we did last time, so if so, we'll have to be a bit more careful about how we curate it. I am gonna try and stick with music that can stay in the VOD going forward. And then that means that we can also chill with our YouTube homies as well. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna apply to Glenwood Avenue Arts Fest again this year. The submissions just open up. That'll be in August. So between now we've got one market that we're hoping to do in May, and we've got June, July, and August. If we get accepted for all of them, we'll have one every month, not including April, which is pretty fucking exciting. I'm not holding out hope too bad for Cake. I am feeling a little bit better about Zine Fest this year, and I think Glenwood Avenue is a pretty sure thing. So yeah, but yeah, good progress tonight. Let's see if we can keep it up. I'm gonna see about inking some of the what do you call it, Halloween art. That'll be our bonus. If we finish this week's update early, we can start doing some Halloween stuff. But yeah, thanks to everyone that stopped by. Thanks VOD watchers, thanks lurkers, thanks YouTube viewers. Appreciate you all. Glad everyone's liking watching the comic getting made. Appreciate all the new comic subscribers. If you've somehow found your way here, then welcome. Excited to have you on board. So yeah, I will be going live next Wednesday at noon Central Time. So have a fantastic rest of your evening. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend if you have any left. Have a fantastic Monday and Tuesday, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye. 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 Bye.